Having been found guilty of treason, you've been sentenced to die on this day, August 23rd. Do you have any last words, Mr. Elliott?
Only a few, Colonel. I would advise you to sleep lightly in the future. My brother Matthew will kill you for this.
Hardly. Your brother Matthew and the other traitors will be joining you quite soon. Do you wish your blindfold, sir?
No.
Very well, sir.
Colonel Calloway! I'll kill you for this! I promise you I'll kill you! Fire!
One more day. Just one more day and we'd have been gone from here. I'm sorry, Matthew. Now, there's no time for sorrow. There's work yet to be done. What is it? You better get a doctor. There's something wrong with Hubbard. All right.
Must be getting close to a settlement.
As close as I want to be. Let's see if we can get some food and gunpowder from that cabin.
Who is it? Yes?
Good afternoon, miss. Is your father home?
No, he's not, but I expect him any time, though.
Perhaps your mother, then?
No, she's not either. You see, she had to go up to Mrs. Hutchins to help out while Mrs. Hutchins is sick.
And when do you expect her home?
Well, it all depends on how sick Mrs. Hutchins is, but not till after supper anyway.
Oh, how convenient. If you don't mind, we'll just come in and wait.
Well, Who are they? There's some men to see Pa. This is my little brother, Israel.
Anybody else at home?
No.
Rufus, check the house. Make sure she isn't lying.
You can't go in there.
Now, you just get out of the way, miss, and neither you or your brother will get hurt.
You can't shove my sister. My pa's out to take you apart.
And just who is your pa who's going to do all these things to me?
He's Daniel Boone. That's who he is.
Oh, Daniel Boone.
Daniel Boone?
I reckon you've heard of him, too.
Indeed I have. Why, this couldn't be better.
What do you mean?
Well, don't you see? He's the perfect one. He's just the bait we've needed to trap Colonel Calloway and the man to guide us into Canada.
She was telling the truth, Mr. Elliott. There's nobody here.
Good. Now, I want you to take the packs, Rufus, and the children to the cave where we spent the night. Noah and I'll wait here. We'll join you shortly. Now, what's your name, young lady?
Jemima.
All right, Jemima, I want you to listen to me carefully. You and your brother will go with Rufus. And there's nothing to be afraid of, as long as you do what he tells you. But if you try to escape, or cry out for help, I'm gonna have to kill your father when he gets here. You understand me?
Yes, sir.
Now make sure your brother understands me, too.
I heard you.
And you'll do exactly as I say, won't you, Israel? He understands and he won't give you any trouble.
You're a very wise young lady. All right, Rufus, you better get going. Mr. Boone may be here any minute.
All right, come on, let's go.
What are you going to do to my Pa when he gets here?
Not a thing, providing he does what I ask. And I'm quite sure he will.
Boone's coming.
Well, then we'll have to prepare to welcome him.
Except he ain't alone.
Well, that does complicate things. But I think we can cope with it.
Becky! Mama! Israel! Doesn't seem to be anybody here.
That's where you're mistaken, Mr. Boone. Now, if you'll just put your gun aside.
That goes for you too, Indian. All right, mister. What are you doing here and what do you want?
A small favor. And I don't think you'll refuse. You see, we have your children.
You'd better listen to him, Daniel.
Take your friend's advice. It may save all of us a great deal of grief.
If you've heard either one of them.
I'm not a kidnapper, Mr. Boone. This just seemed the simplest way to guarantee your cooperation. And I assure you, your children have not been harmed, nor will they be, if you do as I ask.
And I'm supposed to take your word for that.
Of course not. If you and your friend will come with me, I'll take you to your daughter and the little boy.
How long will we be gone?
2 days.
Can I leave word for my wife?
Providing I dictate it.
I'm fine, Pa.
You, Mama?
Oh, I'm fine, Pa. They haven't hurt you, have they?
Well, Mr. Boone, are you satisfied? All right, I'll make this as brief as possible. My name is Matthew Elliott, if that means anything to you. Well, a short time ago, my companions and I escaped from Fort Morris. I believe you know Colonel Calloway, the commander at the fort. Well, I want you to get him and bring him here.
I used to know the colonel. We're not very good friends anymore.
Yes. Had you court-martialed for collaborating with the Indians.
He was exonerated on all charges, you know that.
Yes, I heard that, too.
So I'm pretty sure he won't want to come back here with me.
Well, that is your problem, Mr. Boone, because I want him here.
What do you expect him to do? Grant you a pardon?
The day before we left, my brother was executed in front of a firing squad on Colonel Calloway's orders.
And you want me to bring him here to be shot?
Well, whatever my reasons, you'll do it.
When do you want him back?
Dawn, day after tomorrow.
That doesn't give you much time.
That's all the time I can spare. My life is in danger every moment I stay here.
Why don't you take off for Canada? Killing the colonel is not going to help bring your brother back.
It may compensate a little. And I made a promise to the colonel that I'd kill him if he went through with it. I intend to keep that promise. The same promise I'm making you now, if you should fail.
What about Mingo?
He stays here. Let's just say it's one more life I'm placing in your hands.
I'll be back.
You'll be staying for supper, won't you?
Well, I'd better get the wagon back to Cincinnati. But I'll be back.
Well, there's no hurry. I don't think Dan and Mingo are home yet. Israel, Mama? Jericho?
Something the matter, man?
I don't know.
Becky, we'll be back in 2 days. Jemima and Israel are safe. Don't worry, Dan. Why didn't he say where he was going?
And why would he take the children with him? Jericho, his rifle's still here. And so's Mingo's. That's not like Dan. Unless...
Well, somebody was holding a gun on him. Look, I'm gonna go back and check at the fort. Maybe Cincinnatus knows something. Don't worry, I'll be right back. Mrs. Boone? I found this post at the tavern. Government must want those men pretty bad if they're paying that kind of money.
Proclamation to all citizens. The government of the United States will pay $500 for the capture or intimation leading to the capture of Matthew Elliott, Noah Pierce, Rufus Hubbard, wanted for treason. What are you thinking, Jericho?
I'm thinking that these men may need some hostages to do some bargaining. It's about the only thing that makes any sense. That's why I brought it.
Well, why are we standing here? Let's get a party together and go after them.
Now, if we go tracking them down with a mob, we're liable to get them all killed. Mrs. Boone, there's still some daylight. I'm going to see if I can find some tracks.
By yourself?
Well, if I need any help, I'll come back.
Be careful, Jericho.
I aim to be.
Evening, Colonel.
You might at least have had the courtesy to have yourself announced.
I figure if I did, you'd refuse to see me.
You're quite right. And now will you kindly leave? Or must I call the guard?
Not before you hear what I have to say.
I'm sure we have nothing to talk about.
How about Matthew Elliott for a starter?
Elliot?
Now will you listen to me?
What do you know about Elliot?
For one thing, I know where he is.
Go on.
I need your help, Colonel.
What makes you think I'd grant you any favors?
Because you want Elliot?
I don't make bargains, Mr. Boone. You'll tell me Elliot's whereabouts, or I'll have you placed under arrest for harboring a fugitive. And this time the penalty could be a firing squad.
You seem determined to get me hung or shot. Now, I'll take that pistol. Don't start yelling for the guard or I'll part your hair with this gun barrel.
I'll have you hide for this.
And we'll argue about that later, but right now I'm in a hurry. I aim to have your help, and I'm going to get it one way or another.
In exchange for Elliot?
If it works out that way. Right now, my children are being held hostage. They'll be set free if I deliver you by sunrise a day from now.
Do you realize what you're asking me to do? Elliot's threatened my life.
I'll do what I can to keep him from carrying out that threat. But first of all, I intend to free my children.
Are you proposing that I go alone?
Those were the conditions.
No, that's insanity.
Not on his part, it isn't.
Is Elliot alone?
He has 2 men with him.
Pierce and Hubbard?
I don't know their names.
What makes you think Elliot will keep his word, providing I decide to go along?
I can't answer that, Colonel. But whether you know it or not, you've decided to go along.
I'll agree to your proposal if you'll allow a detail to accompany us or follow at a distance.
I can't take that gamble. He said to come alone.
Do you take me for an utter fool? I can assure you I have no intention of committing suicide.
You have a 50-50 chance of coming out of this alive.
I don't care for the odds. Now stand aside, Mr. Boone. I intend to summon a detail.
Don't do it, Colonel.
Oh, you won't shoot me. You just defeat yourself.
I don't intend to shoot you.
What other recourse have you? You can't leave this post without my permission.
I got in without your permission. I reckon I can leave the same way.
Mr. Boone, I advise you not to try.
Colonel, you just made it hard for both of us.
I'm afraid I'll have to chunk us over, Boone. My ankle.
Don't lie to me, Colonel.
Why, you saw me fall. You've only one recourse now. Go back to the fort and get a horse for me.
You know where we are as well as I do. Right in the midst of hostile Indian country.
Do you propose to carry me for the remainder of the journey?
Richard, I've known you as a soldier and a gentleman and an honorable man. And I've never known you to be a liar. And you can call that ankle a tactical maneuver if you like. But I'm going to get you to where we're going on time. And Elliot doesn't care how. Put the gun down. I'm not trying to escape.
What are you doing out here?
Just getting a bit of air. With Mr. Elliott's permission. You don't have to worry. Do you think I'd endanger the lives of those two children?
No, I guess you wouldn't.
You and Rufus must feel a great loyalty toward Mr. Elliott.
Why?
Well, it wasn't your brother that was executed. You could be safe in British territory by now. And yet you risk your lives so that he can carry on a personal vendetta.
If it wasn't for him, we'd still be in jail. He's the one that broke us out.
He might well be the one that puts you back.
Won't work, Indian.
I don't understand.
Sure you do. You figure if you talk long enough, you just might turn me against Mr. Elliott.
Me?
You. If I were in your place, I might try the same thing.
I should imagine that Daniel will be on his way back from Fort Morris by this time.
He better be if he wants to make it by sunrise tomorrow.
If he makes it at all. It's a dangerous trip for a man to make, unarmed.
Oh, you couldn't expect us to give him a gun.
No. And I don't imagine that Colonel Calloway will come willingly.
Well, then you better start praying. Because if he doesn't make it, you're due for a long trip yourself.
He could have let me go with him, you know. He may need some help.
Ray couldn't take the chance of turning two of you loose.
No, I suppose not. And yet you're perfectly safe, as long as you have the children in the cave.
How long does he expect me to maintain this pace?
Till we get there.
How far is that?
10 or 12 miles.
I don't think I can make it.
I thought you were used to forced marches, Colonel.
Not without food or sleep. Considering how far we had to travel, you might have furnished me a horse.
Well, I had enough trouble getting you over the stockade, Colonel. I don't think I could have made it with a horse. Moon's riding low. Means we're short on time. Let's move again. Get behind that bush.
What is it?
Indians.
Friends of yours, I suppose.
Well, they're Wyandottes looking for trouble. I tangled with them yesterday. Looks like they've been trailing us all day.
They're heading straight toward us.
Well, it's too late to run. Let them move up close and then we'll rush them. We've got to get out of here. There may be more of them around.
Get up slowly, Mr. Boone. From now on, we'll do this thing my way.
What way is that, Colonel?
We're too far from the fort to go back, but we can raise some volunteers in Boonesboro.
We haven't got that much time, Colonel. I've got to get to my family by dawn.
I regret it, but I will not take a chance on losing Elliot.
Or your life.
I'm partial to that, too.
When we were friends, Colonel, you knew my family. You knew Jemima and Israel. I need this chance to save them.
Not without support. We can get horses at the settlement and still be there in time.
It's a risk I can't take.
You have no choice.
There's always a chance that that musket you've got might not go off.
Now, Mr. Boone, don't make me kill you.
You've got no choice either, Colonel.
Need any help, Daniel?
I'm doing just fine, Jericho. How'd you know where to find me?
Mingo told me.
You talked to him?
Well, it was a one-sided conversation. He mixed up with those men at the cave?
Yeah, in a manner of speaking. Did you see Israel and Jemima?
No, but they're all right. You know, what's going on, Daniel? Some of the things I heard didn't make any sense.
Elliot said if I didn't get the colonel back by dawn, he'd kill them all. Let's go.
Getting light. Be dawn in an hour or so.
Yeah, no sign of Boone.
Well, there's still time.
You don't mean to turn him loose, even if he brings back the colonel, do you?
Unfortunately, I can't take that risk. He'd track us down before we got to the Ohio. And I have no desire to hang or face a firing squad.
Jemima. Jemima? Shh. Listen to me. I have a knife. You cut me loose. Hurry, time is growing short.
What can you do, Mingo?
I don't know yet. But when I tell you in Israel to run, you run and don't stop. Do you understand?
Well, don't you think Pa will be coming back?
Oh, I'm sure he will. Something must have delayed him, that's all. In any event, when Israel wakes up, you tell him what I told you. Then go back to sleep.
I think I'll go back by the fire. I'm going to join you.
A pot of hot coffee might help.
It's Elliot. Give me that gun. I can kill him easily from here.
Don't be foolish. We've got to talk our way inside that cave.
You got a plan?
A part of one. Do you think you can make your way up to that ledge over the cave?
Spent some time up there yesterday.
Now, Colonel, when we go down there, you're supposed to be my prisoner, so try to act like one.
Even if they leave a guard outside, what can you do against two armed men except get killed?
We may have some unexpected help. Mingo's down there.
All tied up.
I sort of doubt that. He's got a knife. I expect he's free by now.
How do you know he's got a knife?
Might say I gave him one. Wait till I give you the signal. I won't be long.
I don't know what's going to happen, so if you hear a yell, be sure and get that outside guard.
I'll get him.
You know what I'm going to do to you if I come out of this alive.
Let's not go into that again, Colonel. Just sit back and relax. The sun will be full up in a little while.
Well, there's the sun, and still no sign of Boone.
Now, we'll wait a short time more.
Well, now, we agreed that 2 days was long enough. The 2 days are up. You're not the only one the Army's looking for.
We'll wait until the sun is full above the ridge. Then we'll leave. You and Noah can start packing.
There's Jericho. I guess it's time to let them know that we're here.
I won't live long enough to cross that clearing, and I doubt you will either.
Well, there's only one way to find out. I'm going to have to leave you here a while until I find out if Elliot's going to keep his bargain. Will you give me your word you'll stay here?
I'll stay, if only for the pleasure of seeing you get shot.
Hey, it's Boone!
Hey, Israel, wait here.
You got back just in time, Mr. Boone. Where's Calloway?
He's here.
Did you come alone?
There's just the two of us.
Good. Bring him out. I want to see him.
In good time. I've kept my part of the bargain. I want to see that my family's safe. Bring him outside the cave.
Very well, Mr. Boone.
Who does he think he's given orders to?
What harm can it do? Rufus, bring the children out, but leave the Indian inside. You'll see that I've kept my part of the bargain, too, Mr. Boone. No harm has come to them. Whoop, not yet, son, not yet.
Are you all right, Mama? Have they hurt you?
No, Pa. They've treated us real good.
That should satisfy you, Mr. Boone. Now, where's Calloway?
Come on out, Colonel.
Now, there's a pretty sight. One well worth waiting for.
I'll flip a coin with you to see who shoots him.
That is a privilege I'm reserving for myself, although I favor hanging. Well, good morning, Colonel. This is indeed a pleasure.
And I'd advise you to enjoy it while you're still alive. You'll be facing your firing squad before too long.
Am I to understand you brought an escort with you?
No, I came alone. Boone saw to that, but there's a price on your head. $500 in gold. I guarantee you'll not get too far toward Canada.
Well, in that case, Colonel, I'll make a bargain with you. You'll come along with us and see that we get safe passage into Quebec.
In return for what?
Your freedom, naturally.
What guarantee would I have that I wouldn't be shot after we arrived?
My word as a gentleman.
Your word as a traitor. I'll make no bargains with you, Elliots.
Well, perhaps we can find a way to make you change your mind. Noah, you stay with the children. Gentlemen, if you please step inside.
I see you made it.
All right, Rufus, if you'll tie Mr. Boone's hands behind him.
It wasn't a part of the bargain.
Well, I regret to say there's been a change in plans.
You're gonna kill him?
He's too good a woodsman to be at liberty, Colonel. He and his Indian friend would track us down for sure.
What about my young'uns?
I'll see that you get to Quebec safely. Let them go. They won't try to follow you.
Afraid I can't take your word on that, Colonel. Anyway, I think you'll come with us. Tie him up.
Need some help, Jericho?
No, sir, I'm doing just fine.
Mama! Israel!
Over here, Pa. Is it all over, Pa?
It's all over, honey.
How's Mingo?
Well, I reckon you'd see for yourself. he wants. Well, you're a long ways from home, Colonel. What brings you here?
Speaking officially, Boone, the Army owes you and your friends a debt of gratitude.
Well, thank you, Colonel.
Speaking personally, back there on the trail, you reminded me that we once were friends. I'd like to renew that friendship, Daniel.
There never were any hard feelings on Dan's part, Colonel.
I know that now, Rebecca. Dan?
Well, I can't think of anything I'd like better.
Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man, with an eye like an eagle and as tall as a mountain was he. Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man. He was brave, he was fearless, and as tough as a mighty oak tree. From the coonskin cap on the top of old Dan to the heel of his rawhide shoe, the rippenest, roaringest, fightingest man the frontier ever knew. Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man, with an eye like an eagle and as tall as a mountain was he. Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man. What a boon, what a doer, what a dream come a truer was he.
Shawnee, hunt a long way from home, my friend.
Shawnees call no white man friend.
Well, you did at council 3 months ago.
You stood with us at council when we refused to allow the white man's company to build his road through our land. It was agreed that it would go to the north, beyond our hunting ground.
Well, I still stand with you on that.
And you have lost influence amongst your people. The road is built to the land that was forbidden. Now they plan a fort.
A fort? I hadn't heard about that.
That is why we come for you. So you can see with your own eyes how they died. And to tell all men we did no more than defend our rights and honor.
If this road were closed, would the Shawnees still make war?
Who is there to close it?
Well, it might be me, but I'd need some time.
My brother and I have waited long already. Our people have waited long.
Hold off a few days longer. Give me a chance.
We have trusted you on our council. I will believe that you did not know of these things. If it will keep peace amongst our people, I will wait for your return.
Daniel Boone. From the coonskin cap on the top of old Dan to the heel of his rawhide shoe, the rippenest, roaringest, fightingest man the frontier ever knew. Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man, and he fought for America to make all Americans free. What a boon, what a doer, what a dream come a truer was he.
Well, how many miles stay, Mr. Cassidy?
30, give or take a fraction.
Oh, that's traveling. That's the best since we left Salem.
Back to camp by noon tomorrow, right on schedule. That's what a road's for, speed.
Well, you sure laid her out for it. Straight as a gun barrel the whole way.
Naturally. The shortest distance between 2 points
is a straight line. Even learning me some of your surveyor talk.
Phelps?
Something?
I think so. Shawnee. Young one, too.
They're apt to take it hard.
How could I know?
Couldn't I reckon, not in the dark.
You better keep your mouth shut as far as the rest of the crew's concerned. Wouldn't want them getting a case of Indian jitters when everything's going so well.
Must be the same ones that camped back yonder.
They can't be far ahead.
That suits me. We catch up with those wheels and I'm in for a ride.
A ride?
Don't look at me. Those legs of yours, you only have to take half as many steps as anybody else.
Come to think of it, he does have us at a disadvantage. Wait. Daniel.
Shawnee.
Does this mean the same thing to you that it does to me?
It's a warning, isn't it?
Now, it's not like Red Hand to go back on his word. He said he'd give us time.
Unless he had good reason.
Well, in that case, we could be in for an awful lot of trouble.
They're sure welcome. Boone, where's the rest of your party?
Well, looks like the three of us was about enough.
Who sent you in?
The Shawnee.
So they attacked you, too. I was hoping to avoid a showdown, but it was bound to happen, I suppose. The only thing now is to teach them a sharp enough lesson to take the fight out of them, which we could have done right here with your help, but you overdid your bluff and chased them off.
That's just what we wanted to do.
I don't understand.
Well, Mr. Cassidy, if you or any of your men had so much as barked the hide of one Shawnee, we'd all be done for. Red Hand sent me here, and that was his message.
Mr. Cassidy.
Boone, take a look at this. What's your friend Red Hand got to say about that?
Somebody ought to take that air out of him. You got any whiskey?
Not here. There's some at camp, along with other medical supplies.
How far is that?
A mile, maybe a little longer.
Take it easy, son.
Hand me that blanket.
Mr. Cassidy. Did you see a lance stuck in the road back a ways?
I did.
Do you know what it meant?
If I didn't then, I do now, and the sooner we get back to camp, the better off we'll all be. All right, lead out.
What do you think, Daniel? Well, I'm thinking if we set out to stop an Indian war, we're off to a mighty poor start.
Sure makes good time. That shows what a road will do for you.
Ain't that Daniel Boone with him?
Sawyer, you put Phelps in the survey tent and see that he's comfortable. Heat up some water, get my medical kit. I'll be in to take care of him.
A couple of you men get up there and give me a hand.
I'm not as obstinate as you think I am, Boone. Merely practical. I do have a responsibility to my employers. Surely you don't actually expect me to abandon all this?
It's not what I expect, it's what's right. This is Shawnee territory, and you're here without their permission.
You were at that council meeting? You know, we made an agreement with the Shawnees before we cut one stick of timber.
I know you made an agreement to bend your road 10 or 15 miles to the north so you wouldn't cut across their hunting grounds.
That was a technicality. It turned out to be impractical. I contracted to complete this road before winter set in. I mean to satisfy my contract. The only way I can do it is to go straight through.
The point I'm trying to make is that the Shawnee didn't want the road in the first place. But they gave a little. And now you've gone and broken the agreement.
I understand their attitude completely. Might even sympathize with them, in fact, if they weren't Indian and the worst ones of the lot besides.
What have you got against Indians?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Except that they make this country too dangerous for general settlement. And settlement is my business. Rum? We're much alike, you know, you and I. With the same job to do.
I like to think we go about it a bit different.
Frontiersmen, they call us. We're more than that. We're the builders. If we're hard men in our way, it's because we have the hard things to do. In the end, the way we think and feel don't count. Only how well we've prepared the way for those who follow.
Or how much money your company will make from the lands they've stolen from the Shawnee.
They'll lose it someday anyhow, you know that. Does it matter how?
It does to them.
I've told you I sympathize with the Shawnee. But we're not here as illegally as you seem to think. The sympathies of the Continental Congress happen to be with us.
I find that hard to believe.
Why? They're practical men, too. They seem to feel this road we've built will be a very useful military highway in case there's trouble with the British. To say nothing of the fort we promised to build.
If there's fighting here, it won't be with the British. And you won't build your fort. Red Hand will see to that. If you'll take my advice, you'll pack up and get out if it's not too late already.
That almost sounds like an order.
Take it any way you like.
You sound like you're siding with the Shawnee.
In this case, I am.
I refuse to be intimidated, Mr. Boone.
Mr. Cassidy, I'm trying to save your life and the lives of everybody in your company. Don't you feel any responsibility for those men?
Are you finished?
Not quite. I want to know why the Shawnee attacked you today.
Do the Shawnees ever need a reason when the odds are in their favor?
That doesn't answer my question.
I've had enough of your insolence, Mr. Boone. Good day.
I don't mean to interrupt, but that wagon ride didn't do Phillips any good.
I'll take care of him. I'm sorry you had to make such a long trip for nothing. Draw on us for any supplies you need.
Daniel, it didn't seem to be in use, and all the tents are occupied.
We'll have to get something better than this for stopping arrows.
He wouldn't listen?
No. If we knew what was behind that fight this afternoon, we'd know what to expect.
We asked about. None of the men seemed to know.
I think I'll do a little backtracking. See what I can find out. Save me some supper.
Got a funny feeling I wish I was somewhere else right now.
time. We were on the point of sending out a search party.
I went all the way back where they camped last night. There was some kind of ruckus there. There was blood on the ground.
And I reckon it's not safe to start back in the morning.
Not if Red Hand's turned his warriors loose.
We're not going to be any safer staying here.
It's about the size of it. Is Cassidy here?
Over there.
Well, I reckon he's worth one more try. Keep it hot for me.
Oh, it's you, Boone. I was told you're out scouting. Did you find anything?
I found some blood where you picketed the horses.
Bear frightened them last night. I shot it in the dark. Didn't know I hit it.
It's the first bear I ever heard of that wore moccasins.
You calling me a liar?
Not until I find out more than I know now.
Look, Mr. Boone, I didn't ask you and your friends here. You're free to leave any time you wish.
I wish I could take you up on that. But this goes beyond me and my friends. Red Hand made that clear enough.
I guess we could use 3 more guns in case the Shawnees attacking for us.
Well, they'll attack. You can depend on that.
The sooner the better, then. Our contract is to clear this land. If it means clearing out the Indians, I'll do that, too.
Have you ever had a finish fight with a Shawnee? Or any other tribe of Indians, for that matter?
This isn't our first settlement contract. And I've killed my share of Indians.
Well, in that case, Mr. Cassidy, if I were you, I'd get some sentries out. And I'd get those logs yonder piled in some sort of breastwork, or you're not going to get a chance to kill very many more. I thought Cassidy was going to take care of that.
He said he wouldn't take a chance. But I'd have to wait till he got me to a doctor. You said back yonder that this air ought to be cut out.
It should have been cut out some time back.
Can you do it?
Yeah, I can do it. But I can't guarantee you'll live. You've carried around too long already.
There's a chance. There's gotta be a chance.
But it's worth a try. Get as much of this rum down as you can.
Your duty night's missing. Get out the sentries, double them up, and change them every hour from now on.
Brown and Harper.
The rest of you fall, too. We may be headed for trouble, and we better be prepared. You get those wagons into that gap there. Snake some logs in to close up the others. All right, move!
Looks like Daniel made his point.
He usually does. Give him some time. Looks like I may be able to sleep tonight after all.
Don't overdo it. You may have to wake up in a hurry.
Phelps. I'll ask Cassidy to have someone stay with you.
Mr. Boone, Wait a minute. There's something you ought to know.
Boone? What were you doing in that tent with Phelps?
I took that arrow out. What'd you want him to do, Cassidy? Lie there and die so he couldn't tell me about that Shawnee boy you shot?
So what do you intend to do about it?
I don't know yet. You've already made a liar out of me. I promised Red Hand there'd be no bloodshed.
It's an unfortunate accident.
That's what Phelps said. I hope I can make Red Hand believe that.
You mean to talk to him?
If I can. You see, I made him another promise, too. I told him I'd close this road. That's one I aim to keep.
Over my dead body.
That may be, too.
Boone, a short time ago, I said you were free to leave. I'm afraid now I'll have to change my mind. Sawyer?
Yes, sir?
If Boone and his friends try to leave this camp, shoot them. I have reason to believe they're in league against us with the Indians. To avoid trouble, take their guns.
Daniel, allow me to congratulate you on your diplomatic finesse. Before, we were in trouble with the Shawnee. Now every man in this camp has orders to shoot us if we try to leave.
And we don't have nothing to shoot back with.
Well, I wish I could convince him that the Shawnee mean business. Somehow I've got to get out of here and tell Red Hand that boy that was shot was killed by accident.
That would be quite an accomplishment.
You know, Jericho, I think you need a bath.
Now, hold on a minute. I just swum a river yesterday.
While we're on the subject, I think you need one, too.
I take that as a personal affront. I swam the same river that Jericho swum. Only yesterday.
Well, unless you boys are awful thirsty, I'd start figuring out another way of emptying those water barrels.
I just left Phelps. He slept well and his fever's down. No doubt you saved his life.
He may not thank me if the Shawnee take us over.
Well, you think they're out there?
They're out there.
The sentries reported nothing unusual all night. I've never seen a quieter morning. Just listen.
Cherokee have been fighting the Shawnee on and off for a long time, Mr. Sawyer. They have a saying. When the birds stop talking, the woods are full of feathers. Red feathers.
Well, whether we like it or not, we're going to have to go and find out.
Glad to know you've changed your attitude, Boone. That's the kind of talk I like to hear. Carry the fight to them. That's the only way they'll understand.
Well, that's not exactly what I had in mind. All I meant was that we're out of water.
Somebody will suffer for this.
All of us will if we don't get those water barrels filled up.
That'd be quite a risk, considering you say the woods are full of Shawnees.
That's right.
Since you know Red Hand so well and your friend's an Indian, I suppose you too are going for the water.
Can you think of anybody else that'd have a better chance of getting through?
It won't work, Boone. You're not leaving this camp. My men are loyal to me. I'll find someone to go.
Even when they find out why Phelps took that arrow.
Maybe I ought to talk with your boys.
Boone? You and your Cherokee go for the water. I know, of course, that you'll talk to Red Hand.
If I can get close enough to him without getting killed.
Now, why can't I go along?
Because Cassidy's a fool. You just make sure nobody leaves this camp. If he tries to lead a party out here, we'll all get killed.
I've assigned 5 of my best marksmen to go along with you.
We're going out after water, not Indians. I don't want any man to leave this camp. Now open her up.
Run this camp. Day's wage for a day's work. And we may not have to fight in spite of what Boone says. But if we do, I want the best out of you. You give it to me and I promise you a bonus for every Indian you kill.
Indians.
It's likely the same little bunch that jumped us yesterday. There's a ravine beyond them a ways. If we could crowd them into it, we might have them.
Look, Mr. Boone said to stay no matter what, and not to shoot any Indians.
Boone's not in command here, and I don't happen to agree with his tactics. I say let's attack. Sawyer, you take over here. I need 5 volunteers to go with me. Get this out of the way.
Daniel said to stay here.
Don't you get hard-nosed with me, boy.
You're a fool, Cassidy, just like Daniel said.
Well, boy, if that's the way you feel, I think I'll just take you along with me. That you see how wrong you are. Now turn around and march.
All right, close the entrance.
Hold it. Man, you hold your fire till I tell you. Now, let's go. Let them box now. Start counting your bonuses.
That's not from the camp.
That don't sound like it's coming from the water hole.
Then it's got to be them with Mr. Cassidy.
Well, what are we waiting for? Come on.
Wait. Somebody's got a hold of the camp. That was Mr. Boone's orders in the first place. Get yourself another rifle. The rest of you get back to the barricades. Give them some cover as they come in.
Yaki! Chuka! Chuka!
Cassidy couldn't wait. What is he trying to prove? Well, he tried to prove that Indians won't stand and fight.
He's not the first, and he probably won't be... Daniel. Jericho and Cassidy.
Get that water back to camp, Mingo, and don't let another man outside that barricade.
Daniel, you'll never make it.
Well, if it was just Cassidy, I'd be tempted to let Red Hand have him. But you know what they'll do to Jericho. Give me an hour, then use your own judgment.
He said an hour. It's long past.
I know.
Think we should send a rescue party out?
Cassidy did that. Now look where we are.
life, Tall Bear, and the lives of your friends. Tell Red Hand this, that the young boy who died was shot by accident. I gave Red Hand my word that the road will be closed, and it is closed. There's been enough killing. This land belongs to the Shawnee.
Wait till they get out of the line of fire.
Fire at will. No, hold your fire.
That was Red Hand himself. If we killed him, our troubles would be over.
If we kill him, we'll kill our last chance of getting out of here alive.
What do you mean by that?
That road out there in this camp are what the Shawnees really hate, what they're fighting, not us. There's a good gamble Red Hand wants peace as much as we do.
What are you proposing, Daniel?
I propose that we burn this camp and walk out of here unarmed.
You're mad. Those Shawnees are waiting for us.
Well, now, that's the gamble I mentioned. Jericho gets them in and put this gear in a pile.
I'm responsible for this property. I won't have it destroyed. I've had enough of your interference.
Jericho, do what I told you. Tie him up, Bingo. Put him in the wagon. We don't know what we're marching into. But whatever happens, don't break ranks. Keep your eyes straight ahead and your mouths shut.
You really think this is gonna work?
You better hope it does. Now lay those guns down. You heard me. Get rid of them. Jericho, when we move out, touch off the gunpowder. Let's go.
is right over there. We'll be leaving you here.
I reckon there's no real way I can thank you and your friends.
Well, don't even try.
Mr. Cassidy may have called this road a highway, but I'll never be so glad to get off anything in my life.
For one thing, you're headed in the right direction.
Civilization's gonna look real great.
That letter I gave you to the Continental Congress, show that to your company, and I don't think you'll have any trouble with your back pay or the materials you had to leave behind. Any of you fellows get tired of working for a living, we're going to clear a lot of land at Boonesboro.
Good hunting, Boone.
Thank you, Mr. Boone.
Goodbye, Mr. Boone.
Bye.
You know, it's a pretty fair road they built at that.
Cassidy was right about one thing. There'll be settlers up there one day when somebody makes the right agreement with the Shawnee. And this old road will see a lot of traveling. Say, do you fellas smell chitlins frying?
From 20 miles away?
That close? What are we waiting for?
Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man, with an eye like an eagle and as tall as a mountain was he. Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man. He was brave, he was fearless, and as tough as a mighty oak tree. From the coonskin cap on the top of old Dan to the heel of his rawhide shoe, the rippenest, roaringest, fightingest man the frontier ever knew. Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man, with an eye like an eagle and as tall as a mountain was he. Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man. What a boon, what a doer, what a dream come a truer was he.
Captain, hand me my map case, please.
Yes, sir.
Open up!
Who is it?
They ain't Shawnees.
Well, who is it?
He didn't say.
You're the sergeant of the guard. Ask him.
I can't until he gives a countersign.
You're supposed to challenge him first, you old goat.
I would, but I can't remember the password. Open up!
Who goes there?
Open up in the name of Patrick Henry. I ought to take a saber to you, boy.
Sorry, sir.
I take it there's an inn here.
It's a tavern, sir. Cincinnatus runs it.
We've come a long ways, and the governor is weary. You will direct to Mr. Daniel Boone to present himself to Governor Patrick Henry for military instructions.
We going to war, sir?
You're about to be bloodied in battle, boy.
Bloodied in battle?
Daniel Boone, from the coonskin cap on the top of old Dan to the heel of his rawhide shoe, the rippinest, roaringest, fightingest man the frontier ever knew. Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man, and he fought for America to make all Americans free. What a boon, what a doer, what a dream come a truer was he.
How come when we eat here, you don't give us napkins, Cincinnati?
Well, he's gentry. You'd most likely blow your nose in it. How'd you like the victuals, Governor?
Delicious. What is it, partridge?
Raccoon.
Governor Henry.
Daniel.
You've traveled quite a piece. We're mighty proud to have you in Boonesboro.
Well, you may regret it when you learn the purpose of my journey. I'm here to recruit every able-bodied man in Boonesboro into the Virginia militia.
Well, you do us honor, Governor, but I'm afraid that's impossible.
You question my authority?
No, sir, but it's still impossible. Half the men are at Bone Lick processing salt.
Leaving you how many men?
27.
Well, beggars can't be choosers. I'll take what I can get.
Now, you'd be leaving this fort defenseless.
Against what?
The Indians.
Been raided lately?
No, sir, but we've always had enough men in the fort to discourage the Shawnee from thinking about it. Once we left...
Oh, you frontiersmen are always magnifying the dangers from the redskins. Why, for every scalp taken, must be 100 stories. If you're really worried about your women and children, send them back to civilization.
This is our civilization, Governor.
This outpost on the edge of the wilderness?
This outpost on the edge of the wilderness is our home.
May I remind you, Daniel, that Kentucky is still a county of Virginia. I am empowered to levy troops, and you, as a captain in the Virginia militia, are going to lead them. Innkeeper.
Yes, sir.
Show me to my room.
Right over here, sir.
Assemble your men and report to me for military instruction. British uniform? Who is this besotted lout?
A deserter, sir. Right this way.
Well, at least that explains his being drunk.
Here you are, Governor.
Well, I ain't joining no Virginia militia.
No, not either. Now, wait a minute. Let's not go tamping our powder down.
Well, can he make us go, Daniel?
That he can. Remember, we're still at war with the Crown.
If we leave the fort, there'll be a massacre.
That's right.
Well, we still don't know what he wants, and there's no use worrying about it until I find out.
I'm making you do it.
Come in. Captain Boone, some of the remarks I overheard border on sedition.
Well, their independence shouldn't be mistaken for disloyalty, Governor.
So we're fighting a war for independence. There have to be some sacrifices made.
We'll make them, just as soon as we know what you want of us.
I want you to lead an expedition through Illinois. This is Fort Cumberland, strategically located on the Chillicothe River and consequently coveted by the British. We know that a battalion of dragoons is en route from Detroit to seize it.
And my mission would be to relieve Fort Cumberland.
Or recapture it if the British have taken it.
With a company of men.
Well, if that's all we can muster.
Wouldn't it be easier to try to ambush the British before they get to Fort Cumberland?
Oh, Boonesboro's 165 miles from it. The British can be there from Detroit in 4 days.
We can be in Stover Station in 3. It's closer.
Stover Station?
Well, correct me if I'm mistaken, but the only way the British can get to Fort Cumberland is by crossing the river here.
At Stover Station?
What if they were to get there to find that footbridge was gone?
You have a head for strategy, Daniel, but your plan blows up if they beat us to the bridge.
We just have to make sure we got there first, wouldn't we, Governor? It'd be quite a feat, sir, if you pulled it off.
It would be a coup. By thunder, Alexander Hamilton would give Virginia the respect she's due.
I reckon he would, sir.
Well, your plan has the advantage of speed and surprise, but hoping to reach Stover Station with a company of men?
Well, you're quite right, sir. 27 men traipsing through the woods wouldn't stand a chance. But 5 of us could make it, and in time.
5?
And 2 horses to tote the powder kegs.
Agreed. Choose your men and be ready to pull out at midnight.
Yes, sir.
Captain, I'm not completely unaware of your motive in all this.
Sir?
Hoping to keep your best men safe here in Boonesboro. But I happen to think your plan has merit.
My plan, sir? It was my recollection that you thought of it.
I did.
What'd you tell him, Daniel?
Well, he told me, Cincinnatus, like he has the right to tell all of us.
You mean we're going to have to leave the women and the young'uns behind?
Well, 5 of us will. I'm calling for volunteers.
You know you can count on me, Daniel.
Well, Cincinnatus, it's a long trip up to Chillicothe to Stover Station in Illinois. Over 100 miles we'll have to trek in 3 days. And I'm not sure you could keep up, but I'm beholden to you anyway.
Crikey, I can keep up with the best of you. How do you think I made it all the way to Kaintuck? And over the Cumberland Gap, in my pep shot pouch?
Well, now, you stay put, Cincinnatus.
Take me, Daniel. I saw one of the king's men lay a saber to my paw once because he was a bondsman. I got a staking going.
Then you'll go along, Jericho.
And you can count on me, too, Daniel.
No, I couldn't, Tupper. Not since you married the widow and have the 6 children. You'd be thinking of them every step of the way, and I couldn't blame you.
Well, there's hardly a man among us who ain't hitched.
Well, that's true, apart from a few pagan exceptions.
Well, it's not your war, Mingo.
Any war where freedom is at stake is every man's war. Besides, should it matter to Patrick Henry who helps him to achieve glory?
Glad to have you along. We'll need supplies, 2 pack horses, and enough powder to blow an English footbridge to Kingdom Come.
Daniel? You look worried. What's the matter?
Does it show that much?
Does an aspen leaf show its whiteness before a storm?
Maybe I don't fancy leaving Boonesboro at a time like this.
Oh, no, it's not Boonesboro. It'll be safe enough with the men that stay behind. And it's not Rebecca. She's seen you come and go many times.
You know the Illinois country? We just got 3 days to get to Stover Station. Does that mean anything to you?
It means we'd better take the short route through Tuscarora country. Otherwise, it would take more than a week.
That's about it.
Does the governor know this?
And I sold him on the plan to ambush the British. But if he knew what we were up against, he'd conscript every man in Boonesboro, and this fort would be left deserted.
What can you do about it? Huh? I say, what can you do about it?
Get somebody to guarantee safe passage.
Who might that someone be?
Carahecasa.
What are you going to do? Ask the Tuscarora to lend him to you?
No. I'm going to try to reason with him.
With him? Well, that man's heart is twisted with hatred and distrust.
Sometimes when a man's been disgraced, his greatest ambition is to restore his honor.
And if he doesn't listen to your reason?
Well, I did him a favor once. I can only hope he's willing to return it.
When do we leave?
You better stay here. If I'm not back by midnight, tell the governor.
It's wrong.
What's wrong about it?
You forgot to carry the 8.
How am I supposed to think of all those things when the redcoats are about to storm the fort?
Now, where did you hear that?
It's supposed to be a secret, but everybody's talking about it.
Honest, Mama, I really wish you wouldn't let him carry on like this.
You don't believe me, do you? Well, you just wait till Pa gets home. He'll tell you.
Oh, stop your bickering, you two. Help me set the table, Mima. Israel, clear those books up. We'll have supper as soon as your Pa gets here.
Supposing what Israel says is true.
What do you mean, supposing? It is true.
Oh, hush. Do you think they'll take Jericho?
You're fond of him, aren't you, darling?
Well, I just used him as an example.
Seems like only yesterday you were picking berries and climbing trees. Now you're worried about him going off to war.
We don't climb trees anymore, Mama.
Do you think of him often, Mima?
Well, it's funny. When we're together, he's kind and gentle. Just before I go to sleep, I'll think of something he said. It isn't funny at all. It was when he said it. I don't know, it's all mixed up.
Well, you're a long way from home, Boone.
Not so far. Chief of the Tuscarora.
You know my name. Use it.
Which one? You've become a legend among two nations.
These are my people. I have but one name. Katahikasa.
Your tongue still stumbles over it.
The Tuscaroras accept me.
You wear your shame proudly.
Is this what you came to tell me?
No, Major Clark. I came to ask you to escort me through Tuscarora territory.
I should do this? Why?
Because I have to be in Illinois in a place called Stover Station in 3 days. And the only way I can make it in time is with your help.
So you're on an urgent mission?
I am. The British plan on taking Fort Cumberland within the week. If they succeed, the war will go another winter, or perhaps end. And I don't intend to let that happen, but I do need your help.
You're a fool, Boone. You risk your life to come to me pleading like a squaw.
I'm not pleading with you.
What would you call it?
I did you a favor once. Or have you forgotten that, among other things?
I have not forgotten. At my court-martial, you were the only one to testify in my behalf.
Perhaps the Tuscarora don't believe in living up to obligations.
You're challenging my honor as a white man or an Indian.
Either way you'd like it. All I came for was to get an answer from you.
I have no interest in your war. You know that.
Then you're the fool, not me. Right now, you're free. How long do you think that'll last if the British take this territory?
All right, Boone. I owe you a favor. I will make a bargain with you. I will lead you through the country of my people, but no further. Is that agreed?
Agreed.
A white man's custom. Tuscarora needs no handshake.
O Lucius, Quintius Cincinnati, savior of Rome, hast thou come to deliver me with a tot of rum?
You've already slopped up enough to fill a dry gulch.
One wee drop, Cincinnatus. A tribute to independence, eh, lad?
You're just about as independent as I can stand, Matthew Elbridge.
For my life's sake, Cincinnatus. For my life's sake.
Oh, all right. One swallow of ale, and that's all.
Bless you, consul, bless you. He saw, but blasted with excessive light. He closed his eyes in endless night. When the Creator divided the firmament, he might have used more discretion in his shadings. Huh? What time is it, Tench?
It's past 4.
Not the hour, boy, not the hour, the day, the day.
Monday, then.
I've slept through another Sabbath, and possibly the platitudinous droolings of the vicar, huh? What was the text of his sermon, huh? Jeremiah 29:5.
There you
Build ye houses that ye may dwell in them. Plant ye gardens that ye may eat the fruit of them.
Build houses and plant gardens, eh, Mr. Elbridge? We're not that lucky.
Aye. But we will be once we've shown the crown the business end of our muskets, eh?
You talk with an easy conscience for one who still wears the king's colors.
My sergeant major might have called it desertion, Mr. Tupper. I choose to think that I have made a covenant with freedom.
Was it freedom you were after or sanctuary? If a tomahawk would split him, we'd all be drowned in rum.
Enough. He's a friend of Daniel's, so that makes him one of us.
One of us? He hasn't drawn a sober breath since we set eyes on him. I'd rest easier if they'd kept him on their side.
It's past midnight and we're still waiting for Mr. Boone. This has all the earmarks of treason.
Yes, sir. Sir, I assure you, if it's in his power, he'll be here.
Who are you?
Mingo's a friend of Daniel's and of the settlement.
Heaven help us if our cause depends on such improvised alliances. You're late.
This is our guide to Stover Station, Governor.
Another savage.
This so-called savage is Major George Rogers Clark.
Major Clark.
I prefer the name Kate Casa.
Oh, yes. Yes, you would. I recall the proceedings now. It was treason, wasn't it? And you're depending on him.
He left the Tuscarora settlement to escort us.
Where to? To a British ambush?
Through hostile territory. Without him, we couldn't make it. And you wouldn't have a mission, Governor.
And if it fails, I will charge you with putting the safety of your own settlement above that of your country. Mr. Boone.
You got a trusting friend, Mr. Boone.
The pack horses are ready, Daniel.
Mr. Boone. Take me with you, sir.
Where we're going, Mr. Elbridge?
I don't care.
Perhaps you ought to care.
You can use another musket, can't you?
I can use another musket, providing it's there to use when we get to Stover Station. It's going to be a long trek through the woods on foot, without a drop of spirits.
I was a soldier once.
Is it liberty you're after?
I want to feel free of that fear in my belly every time I hear a cannonball.
I'm a coward and a deserter, Mr. Boone. I'm no good to anyone here, even to myself. Give me a chance to resurrect my soul.
Come along, Mr. Elbridge.
Thank you, sir.
Why are we stopping?
For want of a boat.
Well, we'll just ford it.
The river's swollen.
What's the matter, Major? Didn't the Tuscarora teach you how to swim?
Now, if it were rum, I could drink my way across.
Oh, the horse is getting away. We're losing the supplies. We're losing the powder.
Well, there go your supplies. You still got enough powder to blow up that bridge.
Several days to travel without food. These woods are full of game. We can hunt our food.
And have every Indian in the territory know you're here?
It was my understanding that you had promised us safe passage. Have you betrayed us, too?
I promised you safety through the country of the Tuscarora, no further.
How far is that, Major?
Not very far, Mr. Elbridge.
Well, Daniel, it's your decision. When I set out to blow a bridge, I aim to blow it.
Let's build a fire.
No fire.
But your men are freezing.
They still keep their scalps.
Let them build a fire, Boone. Let them enjoy it. It's the last one you'll have.
An officer's first concern is for the welfare of his men. I thought you'd thrown that handbook of command away, Major.
Well, Mr. Elbridge, you look like a man who needs a drink.
I swore off. At least till this is over. Besides, where would the men get a drink out here?
But why did you do it? You were on the winning side.
Join Boone? I had a dream once of starting fresh. A new continent, a new nation. Free of oppression, free of want. But that dream got lost in my fermented brain, my friend.
Did you ever consider what might happen to you if you were caught?
Some ignominious end reserved for traitors. But I intend to cheat the king of a hanging.
You're a fool, Mr. Elbridge.
A fool? Yes. But I may yet die a man.
sorry, Daniel. I was hoping I could be of service.
You were, Miss Jailbitch. You saved my life.
Then could you do one thing for me? When you get back, could you say that Boonesboro lost a free citizen?
One of its best, Matthew.
Thank you, Daniel.
Wood devil. Dan, that arrow.
You're just gonna have to yank it out.
Don't play around with it, boy.
Show him, Major.
You gotta pull it out. It's gonna hurt, Dan.
He got away.
He can alert every British garrison from here to Stover Station.
And we can still stop him.
We haven't got the time. Let's move.
You're worth a lot of money to those Indians. 10 pounds a scalp, and they know you're here.
If we try to flush out every Indian we run across, we'll never make it that bridge.
You think you're gonna make it with this leg?
That's my worry, Major.
What are you trying to do, Boone? Put a feather in Patrick Henry's cap, or your own?
What about Elbridge? We're gonna bury him, aren't we?
We can't afford another casualty.
As a soldier, he's entitled to military honors.
What is this war, my boy? What is war to you? Ceremony with drums and a bugler?
I don't know. I've never been in one before.
Well, you're gonna know before you reach Stover Station. Boone will get you all killed if you insist on going on with this.
Elbridge is dead. If you want to quit on him, it's up to you. I'm going on.
Don't look at me. Look at this.
It's Iroquois, not Tuscarora.
Right. I agreed to see you safely through Tuscarora territory. Well, you're through it now. I've paid my debt to you. I owe you nothing.
That was our agreement.
Well, good luck to you.
So you're walking out on us.
Major Clark is very good at walking out on things.
That's right. I'm a traitor, Mingo. What makes you think I wouldn't lead you into an Iroquois ambush if I stayed?
Nobody ever proved those charges against you.
You neglected to read the court-martial proceedings, Boone.
If you'd stayed around to try to defend yourself.
Why? For what reason?
To answer lies and false accusations?
I never lost my faith in you, Major.
Major. Ha! I gave up that uniform some time ago. The ways of the Tuscarora are my ways now. I have no further obligations to you, Boone. From now on, to betray you would be a duty, not a shame.
That uniform may be harder to take off than you think. Let's move.
Making it all right, Daniel?
What are you doing back here? Your place is up ahead. Well, didn't you hear me? That's an order.
Well, at least you could stop and let me change that bandage.
I'll let you know when I need to change the bandage. Now get up there where you belong.
Look, I don't want to argue with a crippled man, but that bandage has got to be...
You want to be a soldier, don't you, boy? The first thing you learn is to obey an order. He's right about that leg, though, Boone. You got to stop the bleeding.
What are you doing here?
What difference does it make?
A lot of difference. After the way you talked yesterday, I don't think I trust you very much.
You got plenty of reasons not to trust me, boy. I've had plenty of time to make arrangements for that ambush.
Then you better be going back where you came from.
Put the gun down, Jericho.
Are you gonna take his word for anything?
He hadn't said anything yet. Now, go on up ahead.
No, I don't care to turn my back on him.
Don't you hear an order, soldier? Move! Get out of here! I'll take care of Boone.
Why'd you come back, Major?
I don't know. Yet.
How long you plan on staying?
I don't know that either. Come on, let's get that light fixed.
We'll rest here.
Face too fast for him?
No, for me.
The Iroquois have a settlement a few miles up from here. He's burning up with fever. We ought to get him there.
And get him killed? You already said his scalp was worth a lot of money.
I can handle that. The Iroquois still have respect for me.
Could be they'd consider you a traitor, too.
In that case, I'd lose my scalp along with yours. What do you say, Mingo?
I say no. Daniel is still in charge here. If he says to move ahead, we'll move.
You want him to die?
If any of us die, it'll be at Stover Station.
Where do you think we are, Captain?
Iroquois territory.
It's not what I meant.
Somewhere near Stover Station.
But you can't be too sure of that. You've had to let me lead the way. A man half delirious with fever can't always be sure of his direction. So you still have to trust a traitor, don't you?
Why? Why do you want me to quit, Major? Why would you want to see a man give up?
Look at him. His leg's fallen off. 2 days without food, and he's still coming.
He won't give up, Major. You may as well stop hoping.
He's only a man. He's not a god.
Then treat him as a man who has faith in your honor.
Honor was taken from me long ago.
By yourself? Or perhaps you're afraid you never had it to begin with.
He's only a man, Mingo.
Why'd you come back, Jericho?
We're not gonna leave you like this.
You'll do as I say, boy.
The bridge ain't worth it, Daniel. It's not!
It's more in the bridge. Look out there. Tell me what you see. Tell me.
Cane and clover and grass.
A sign of good soil. A farmer couldn't ask for better. That's what you aim to be, ain't it, boy?
Yeah.
The bridge. Oh.
Let's get him on a horse.
No.
You've been relieved of your command.
You're going without me.
Boone, your leg's crawling with death. You're still playing soldier. Well, maybe we don't mean to take orders anymore.
He's still in command here, Major. And you're still gonna lead us to that bridge.
How you gonna tote the powder kegs? On your backs? I don't understand.
Maybe that's your trouble, Major. Maybe it's always been your trouble. You don't understand.
You still want to go on?
How far is the bridge?
Look.
We can still get to that bridge in time to blow it up. What are your orders, Major?
What made you so sure I'd get you here?
I figured you never could take off that uniform. How much time do you need?
Give me 10 minutes.
Here they come.
Coming on too fast, Daniel.
You've got to hold him. All charges have been dropped.
Thanks to Patrick Henry and to you, Daniel.
Can't you stay a while longer, Major?
I'm sorry I can't, Rebecca. I'm being given my own command. I must report to General Washington for further orders. There'll be another time.
Of course there will.
Tell me again, Jericho. Oh, Israel, you must have heard it at least 100 times.
Well, then, just the part about the bridge.
Well, it sort of looked as if our cause was hopeless there.
When you stepped into the breach.
No, it wasn't exactly like that.
Don't be modest, Jericho. You were an inspiration to all of us, wasn't he, Daniel?
That he was. Tuscarora will miss you.
And I'll miss them.
I'm sure you will.
They taught me how to endure. As you did, Daniel.
What was that, Pa?
Got to casa.
Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man, with an eye like an eagle and as tall as a mountain was he. Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man. He was brave, he was fearless, and as tough as a mighty oak tree. From the coonskin cap on the top of old Dan to the heel of his rawhide shoe, the rippenest, roaringest, fightingest man the frontier ever knew. Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man, with an eye like an eagle and as tall as a mountain was he. Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man. What a boon, what a doer, what a dream come a truer was he.
Get that load under a roof before it rains.
Rain? It hasn't rained in months.
Oh, I don't know. You know, we got a saying around here. If you don't like the weather, you just wait 10 or 15 minutes and it'll change. And quit arguing with me, get back to work. Hurry up. Howdy.
Howdy.
You fellas new here in Boonesboro, ain't you?
Yeah.
You just passing through, or you plan to stay here a while?
Just passing through, I reckon. Don't seem to be enough excitement here to make a man want to stay.
Well, it's excitement you're looking for. You just hang around a couple of weeks.
Well, what's going to happen in a couple of weeks? It ain't happening now.
What's today's big race?
What big race?
You mean to stand there and tell me you ain't never heard of the Boonesboro race? Well, I figured everybody in Kentucky heard of that.
Well, me and Stinch ain't from Kentucky. We're up further north.
Oh. Well, it all happened about 4 or 5 years back. See, every year, a band of Indians come in here to trade. And this year, they had one of the fellows that figured he could just outrun everything on 2 feet and most things on 4, so they set about promoting a race. Indians like to gamble, in case you didn't know.
Yeah.
So we done a little gambling, and they put up everything they had supporting their man, and we got everything we had together to call the bets. But that was the year that Daniel Boone was up to Salem, and he couldn't run the race.
So what happened?
What happened? Well, like to cleaned out everything in Boonesboro, lock, stock, and barrel. Well, now the next year we had another race. And this time we had Daniel Boone representing us. And he liked to run that engine right into the ground. It was the dangest thing. You know, every spring now we have this big race. But the engine ain't been born yet that can outrun Daniel Boone. Jericho, you run around the other side. But they keep right on trying.
Do you mean to tell me that people actually bet money on this contest?
Well, not money exactly. We ain't got much of that. But there's an awful lot of fur and livestock was trading hands, I'll tell you. People come from miles around with all the worldly goods. I tell you, it's a dangerous spectacle. I figure I've got about half of my story already wagered. I figure that I can be a tolerably rich man in a couple of years.
What happens if you lose?
Well, shucks, man, I just got through telling you that there ain't nobody can outrun Daniel Boone. Excuse me, I got a customer. Can I help you, ma'am?
How much do you figure this town has got bet on this Boone fella?
Well, everything except their wives and kids, from what that old coot says.
Well, don't you figure that if this Boone fella was to disappear the day before the race, this town would be willing to sort of pay to buy him back?
I figure maybe they would.
Daniel Boone. From his moonskin cap on the top of old Dan to the heel of his rawhide shoe, the rippinest, roaringest, fightingest man the frontier ever knew. Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man, and he fought for America to make all Americans free. What a Boone, what a doer, what a dream come true was he.
Country runner.
That's not the same brave that ran against you last year, Daniel. I was in the Creek camp only last week. I never saw that one before.
It may have been they've gotten smart and brought in an outsider for the race this year.
That's hardly what I would call cricket. Do you know him?
He's an Iroquois from up around the lakes. Indians up there call him Deerfoot.
It sounds logical.
They say at any distance over 2 miles he can outrun a horse.
Sounds like a bad year for Boonesboro. You think you can outrun him, Daniel?
I outrun him once, about 2 years ago.
That makes me feel a little better. I have a whole winter's catch of furs bet on that race.
Of course, the fact that he and 8 or 10 other braves were chasing me with tomahawks might have urged me along a little bit.
Well, I'd be happy to make him angry at you again if you think it would help. I'll even furnish the tomahawk.
Now, you hang on to your tomahawk. Don't do me any favors.
You all right, Daniel?
How many furs did you say you bet on the race?
A whole winter's catch. Why?
Well, there's always another winter.
What do you mean by that?
The way this feels, I'll be lucky to walk, much less run.
Ma said that she wanted it hot.
Scalded bristles off a hog with water colder than that.
I'm just doing as I was told to do. I'll go get some more water.
Don't bother on my account.
That's exactly what Ma said you'd say.
Sometimes you sound more like your ma than your ma.
And if that were my leg, I'd stay in bed and let it heal, instead of trying to rush things the way you are. The foot in the water.
Don't start that again, Becky. You know, everybody's dependent on me.
If you ask me, the whole thing's ridiculous. Every spring, the entire community goes crazy over a silly foot race.
Well, it's not so crazy. Everybody has a day of fun after a hard winter. And for another thing, it helps keep us on a friendly basis with the Indians. I'd rather foot race them than fight them.
I give up. Say, it looks like the swelling's going down.
Cincinnatus will be glad to hear that. I hear he's betting heavy again this year.
Serves him right if he loses. Dan, now will you try to remember and stay off of this foot as much as possible?
You mean to say there ain't no chance we can get them Injuns to agree to call all bets off?
I did the best I could, Cincinnatus. But those Creeks remember everything they lost last year, and this year they intend to get even.
I tell you, it's conspiracy. Every one of them Injuns know that there ain't nobody in Kentucky that can outrun Daniel Boone. I figure one of them conniving redskins pushed that rock.
Oh, now, Cincinnatus, they wouldn't do a thing like that. After all, we've had a great deal of rain this spring, and rock slides are not uncommon.
Here you go, sticking up for your own race again.
The trouble with you, Cincinnatus, is you're a poor loser.
I'm a poor winner, too.
Maybe if you two would quit arguing, we could get around to discussing what we're going to do.
Who's arguing? You got any ideas, Mingo?
I have an idea that we're going to be the poorest community in Kentucky if we don't find somebody who can run.
You are a real big help, you are.
How about you, Mingo?
Yeah. How about you, Mingo?
I just said that.
Well, there is an idea. You know, I have seen you run with Daniel before, and it seems to me you're always able to keep up.
Oh, no, Cincinnatus, I'm sorry. I've spoken to the Creeks about that. They claim I'm disqualified because I'm part Indian.
Oh, now, we could cut your hair real short and set you up with a new set of clothes.
No, I've tried that before, too, back at Oxford. I still look like a war whoop.
I guess that's all there is for it, then. Just gonna have to go along with Daniel, game leg or not. Say, how is his ankle coming along, anyway?
Not very well. Oh, we can move about a bit without a cane, but there's not much chance he'll be in any condition to race.
Doggone you, come back here with that, you stupid rabbit. I want my carrot. Come back here, you. Give me back that carrot. Come here, you stupid rabbit. Doggone you, come back here with that. Give me back that carrot. Come here.
not, so I reckon it's up to you to do the training.
Well, all I know about running is what I learned trying to keep possession of my hair.
All right, now, if somebody will just listen
Did you
to
ever
me.
try training a horse, Daniel?
Yep, I've trained a few in my day.
Well, in principle, it'll be about the same then.
Sounds reasonable.
Sounds right.
Well, that settles it. We were just training him like we would a horse then. Drinks are on me.
Are you gentlemen about all through planning my future?
Well, I think we've covered just about all the territory, unless you'd care to make a suggestion.
I've got a lot of suggestions.
Well, go ahead. This is an open meeting.
Sure.
Absolutely.
First of all, I suggest you forget the whole thing.
What? You...
Would you mind explaining that remark?
I'd be very happy to explain it.
Well, then go ahead.
I can explain it in a few simple words. I'm not gonna run.
You're not gonna run? You don't really mean that now, do you, boy?
I'm a man of a few words, and you just heard him.
Well, now, Jericho, I don't think you completely understand the situation.
Oh, yes, I do.
You see, in a manner of speaking, the fate of Boonesboro is resting on your shoulders.
Oh, no, it ain't.
Where's your patriotism, boy?
I never even heard the word before.
Jericho, don't you want to be a hero?
Nope.
Well, would you mind telling us why you're so against it?
Do I have to have a reason?
Well, I think it might help us to understand you a little better.
All right. Let's just say I don't like being treated like a horse.
Well, that's just a manner of speaking.
That's not what it sounded like to me.
Well, now, maybe we can start all over again.
Nope.
Your mind is made up.
Yep.
You wouldn't consider changing?
Nope.
What would the Indians do in a case like this, Mingo?
Burn him at the stake.
Jericho, you like living here in Boonesboro, don't you?
Yep.
And you like working for me, don't you?
Yep.
Well, I guess that settles it then.
Settles what?
You are going to enter that race, and you are going to win it. Because if you don't, I am going to be out of business, and you are going to be out of a job. Now, you just think that over. I'll still buy that drink. I just can't figure what's eating on that boy. We are paying him as cotton, as you might say, and he don't want no part of it. I can't figure out what he's so infernal mad about.
Well, you'll have to sort of admit that we were a little abrupt in bringing up the subject. It was more like we were telling him he had to run instead of asking him.
Doggone, as long as he's working for me, I guess I can tell him what to do. He's supposed to be looking out for my interests.
I don't think that's exactly the way to handle him. He's, sort of sensitive.
I'm inclined to agree with Daniel, except that I think it goes a little deeper than that.
What do you mean by that?
Up till now, nobody has bothered to ask Jericho if he would run or not.
Well, as long as we had Daniel here, there was no object in it.
Well, that's the point exactly. It might be that he's been waiting to be considered all this time. And now that we've asked him only as a last resort, his feelings have been hurt.
You know, Mingo, I think you got something there. I reckon maybe he feels he wasn't wanted. And that's our fault for treating him like an outsider. The question is, how do we go about explaining it?
Oh, I don't think I'd try, Daniel. At least not right away. Why don't we let him think about it for a while, and maybe he'll begin to realize how much we need him.
You don't figure he'll try to leave town or anything like that, do you?
Well, I don't know. He's sort of headstrong. But I sure would hate to see him go on account of a little misunderstanding.
Now, maybe we ought to just lock him up so that nothing will happen to him. I got a room out in back I can fix for him real comfortable.
Well, I don't exactly feel he'd cotton to that.
Well, it's only a short time, Daniel. And it's certainly better than running the risk of losing him.
Well, I hope he gets used to it.
young fella can outrun that Indian?
I understand Boone thinks he can.
That Boone character hurt. We're going to make up our minds if this young squirt is going to be of any value to the town, or if we steal that Indian instead.
Stealing that Indian ain't exactly practical. Them creeks are apt to get awful mad.
In that case, it's got to be this young one here. And let's hope somebody wants him back bad enough to pay for him.
I've shot a lot of things in my time, but this is the first pair of horseshoes I ever made for a human being. This your ID, Natty? Not mine, Daniel's.
How much do I owe you?
Well, you figure it's gonna help him any?
Yep.
In a case like that, you don't owe me anything. Because I got a couple little bets going myself. You want me to nail him to his feet?
Well, I don't think you'll stand still for it. In some ways, you're a little narrow-minded.
How's he been looking in his workout?
Well, he's awkward jumping over logs. That's why I figured these weights would help him.
Sounds logical. Go get it.
All right, Jim. Now, you don't expect me to run with those things on, do you?
Well, that's what I had them made up for.
Mr. Boone, I've put up with an awful lot, but that's going too far.
Now, don't go getting your shirt tail tied in a knot. They don't train racing horses with racing plates.
I keep telling you I ain't a horse, but nobody seems to listen to me.
Now, you just sit down and hold your foot up. It won't take long to put them on.
It's gonna take longer than you think, 'cause I ain't sitting down and I ain't holding my foot up.
Well, it seems to me, Jericho, you always do things the hard way.
Come on, Jericho. Hey, you. Yeah. Oh, boy. Oh, Jericho. You just simmer down. Somebody stay on his head. I can't work with all that yelling going on. Oh, boy. Oh, Jericho. You just simmer down. Yeah. Oh, boy. Hold still. Jericho. You just...
Sit outside for a change after being cooped up inside all winter.
Indeed it is. But you ought to be ashamed of yourself, Daniel Boone. Keeping that poor boy locked up in that storeroom.
Well, he's comfortable. If it was me, I'd rather live there than stay upstairs where he's been staying. He's got more space.
If it were you, you'd rather live under a tree. But some people are more civilized.
Do you really think Jericho can win the race?
Huh?
Do you think Jericho can win the race?
Oh, if he puts his mind to it, he can. The trouble with him is that he's liable to lose it out of downright stubbornness.
Cat says I'd blame him if he did.
You might not. There are a lot of other people who would.
Oh, you don't think they'd go so far as to hurt him, do you, Pa?
You wouldn't be showing more than a passing interest in him, would you?
Well, whatever made you think that, Pa?
Well, how would I know? He's young, tall, good looking.
Quit teasing, Dan. Can't you see you're embarrassing her? Honey, there's a hot roast in the oven and some fresh bread. Why don't you take a plate to Jericho? I'm sure he'd enjoy it after Cincinnati's cooking.
All right, Ma.
Oh, and while you're at it, will you stop by the Briggs and pick up Israel? That boy never can keep track of time.
If I unlock the door, isn't Jericho apt to get away?
Oh, I don't think he'd do that. He's a mite unreasonable at times. But I think he's a gentleman. Or he'd better be.
You ever stop to think about how much trouble you've been causing me? Here I was all happy and contented, and you had to steal that carrot, and now look at me. Living in a barn, run to death, horseshoes on my boots. You'll have to come in, because I can't get out. That door only opens from one side.
I brought you some supper.
Come on in, there's nothing to be afraid of. Sure wasn't expecting to see you.
My ma sent it over. What'll I do with it?
Right there. That was right nice of your mom.
Well, she was afraid that Cincinnati's might poison you with his cooking.
He's been trying. That looks great.
It's probably cold by now, but I hurried over here as fast as I could.
Big improvement over what I've been eating. Almost forgot myself. I used to have company. Won't you sit down?
Oh, thank you.
It ain't much, but I call it home.
My ma thinks it's a shame to keep you locked up like this. I think so, too.
Makes it unanimous, except for your pa. Now, what does he think about it?
Well, he thinks it's better than that room you've been living in.
He's got a point there. Still ain't saying much. Does your pa know you're here?
Yes? Why?
Didn't it ever occur to him that I might knock you right over the head and walk out of here?
Oh, he thought about it. But he said you wouldn't do a thing like that. He said you were a gentleman.
Your pa said that?
He certainly did.
Then you ask him why he don't start treating me like one.
Don't you think you better start eating? It's getting colder all the time. You know, my pa really likes you.
Got a funny way of showing it.
It's just that he doesn't think you realize how important this race really is.
Not important to me.
I don't think it was ever really important to my pa either. But he always made believe it was because it was important to other people. That's why he always tried to win. Not because he cared, but because somebody else did.
Exactly the part I don't understand. If they want to bet on something, why don't they bet on whether it's going to rain or not instead of some stupid race?
It's not the betting. It's just their way of showing that they like you and that they have confidence in you. And that's why you let them down, because you keep saying that you don't want to run.
They're not betting on me. They already bet on your pa, and they can't get out of it.
I know that's how it seems, and I know you've got hurt feelings.
Who says I got hurt feelings?
Well, you just said it yourself.
I never said no such thing.
And if you haven't got hurt feelings, why don't you say you'll run?
Because if somebody had asked me to run instead of trying to force me into it...
There, you just said it again.
I wish you'd quit putting words in my mouth.
I'm right, and you know it. Except you won't admit it, not even to yourself.
How do you know so much about it?
Because I've done it. I've had hurt feelings when people didn't even mean it. I wanted to hurt them back. I felt awful about it, but I did it anyway.
Who can I hurt in this town?
Everybody. Because they all like you.
I suppose that's why they keep me in here like a criminal.
Yes, it is. I was afraid that you'd get mad and run away. Nobody wanted that to happen.
Not as long as they figure I can pull their fat out of the fire.
That's not true. The trouble with you is you know you're wrong and you're just too pig-headed to do anything about it.
I suppose your pa said that, too.
He said you could win this race if you tried, but you're apt to lose it out of plain stubbornness.
Well, he's a fine one to be calling anybody stubborn. He's the most bullheaded.
I don't believe him, though. You are going to try and win, aren't you?
I haven't even thought about it.
Well, you better start thinking real fast, because there's only 2 days left. Don't you think you better eat your supper?
Did your pa send you over here to get me to change my mind?
Gosh, no. Probably found me good if you knew I'd even mentioned it.
Then why are you doing it?
I'm doing it for your own good. You see, the people in Boonesboro have a lot of money tied up in you. If they think you can win and you lose out of just plain stubbornness, well, they're apt to do something far-fetched and, well, I wouldn't want to see anything bad happen to you.
I'm sorry. I'm mad because they locked me up in here. It's no need to take it out on you.
Well, you're probably mad at me, too, for talking the way I did.
No, I'm not mad at you.
I just wanted you to know that nobody meant to slight you by not asking you to run. It's just that, well, they didn't think.
Thank you for telling me.
You will try and win, then?
I'll think about it.
Well, that makes everything just fine and dandy.
No, wait a minute. I said I'd think about it. I didn't say I'd run.
I know you will. Well, I've got to go now.
I'd walk you home, except I'd probably get shot if anybody saw me.
Well, that's all right, because I have to pick up my little brother anyway.
Well, look, thank your mom for the food.
Oh, I will. Look, I'll be back in the morning to pick up the dishes.
You don't have to do that. I'll give them to your pa. I'll ask him if I can bring him back.
Oh, it's no trouble, really. If you really want to get away, I'll leave the door unlocked.
You'd get all blamed for it if you did.
I don't care, not if you really want to get away.
I think I'll stay pinned up. Bye.
Bye.
Don't ask questions, just do as you're told.
Do I know you?
Shh. Now you heard the man. Get your clothes on.
Well, now.
Shut up, you fool! You big me to bite it back! Would you stop kicking with you? You hold on to it for a moment. I think I can. Why? Well, I hate to do it. It's the only way. Now, you hold on to it and I'll find a board. All right. He's a stubborn cuss, ain't he?
Now, what did you have to go and do a thing like that for? Now we'll have to carry him.
Better than getting clawed to death.
Well, how are we going to get him dressed?
We ain't gonna bother. It's worth just as much undressed. Now put that ransom letter there on the bed so somebody will see it.
You're going to take that with you?
Just in case.
I'm going.
Ready?
I'm ready. Wait! Oh, got you.
Jericho? 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 Jericho?
Do you plan to work him out again today, Daniel?
Just enough to limber him up, not enough to tire him.
You sure you ain't got him trained a little too fine, Daniel?
No. You did that 10 miles yesterday. You did it in an hour and 15 minutes, carrying weights. I figure he's just about on edge.
What do you think his chances are, Mingo?
I'd say they're rather good. For one thing, he has a psychological advantage.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean that since Daniel isn't running, the Creeks are likely to become overconfident. By the time they find out how well Jericho can run, he should have built up a substantial lead.
You know, Mingo, sometimes I think I understand you better when you're talking Injun than when you're talking English.
Now, wait just a minute. Take time to get your breath, and then you can tell me what happened to who.
To Jericho, he's gone.
Gone?
Yes, well, you see, I went over to take his breakfast.
We went over.
Oh, will you be quiet a minute? Went over to take his breakfast to him, and I knocked on the door, and he wasn't there. So, well, I just walked right in, and he wasn't there. He's gone.
He's run out on us, Daniel?
He couldn't. The door was still barred.
Are you sure of that?
Yes, I'm sure. And besides, he wouldn't have run away anyway because, well, last night I offered to let him go, and he said he wouldn't do it.
What's that you said about last night?
Well, last night I took his supper to him, and I felt sorry for him being locked up like that, so I offered to let him go, and he wouldn't do it.
Jemima, are you sure? Are you dead sure that you put that bar in place last night?
Yes, I'm sure, Pa. Don't you see? Something's happened to him. Something bad.
Don't worry about it, and you two going home. Come on, Mingo.
I knew we couldn't trust that boy.
If you could talk, you could answer a lot of questions.
Did you find anything, Daniel?
Did you ever hear of a fella leaving in the middle of the night without his clothes?
Without his clothes?
They're all here. Every stitch of it.
It all seems to point to a kidnapping, doesn't it?
I thought of that.
It's not too illogical. With all that's at stake, someone may have thought that the town would pay a ransom.
In that case, they'd left a note.
Did you look for one?
Yeah? Did you find anything outside?
Tracks of two men coming and going. And the indication was that they were carrying something heavy when they left.
Let's go find out.
Can't understand what's keeping Cole. He should have been back here before this with the money. Maybe you ain't as valuable a piece of property as we thought you was. Well, speak up, don't mumble. Oh. You got something you want to say? Well, I'm warning you. Just one little yelp from you and I'm gonna bash you with this stick here. You understand? Well, just keep it in mind. Now, what is it you want to say?
I'm hungry.
Well, you can't blame that on me. We didn't figure on being here more than a few hours, so I didn't bring any grub along. Wonder what's keeping Cole.
Maybe he got caught.
No, he's got better sense than that.
Maybe he decided to keep all the money himself.
Well, he wouldn't do a thing like that. Or would he?
Neither one of it is exactly what I'd call honest.
Well, he's never stole from me before.
Maybe he's never had the chance.
Come to think of it, he ain't. No, dang it. What do you want to go and put a thought like that in my head for?
I got tired of waiting for you to think of it yourself.
Oh.
Look, would you mind if I stood up? My legs are getting cramped.
Well, I don't see no harm in it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't suppose I could talk you into untying my hands. That's what I thought you'd say.
Hey, Stent. Stent.
Fine idea you had. I waited out there like we said in the note, and
what?
And nobody showed up. What did you do to Stench?
The same thing I'm gonna do to you if you give me any trouble.
I wouldn't think of it. What do you want me to do?
Go over there, sit down, start taking off your boots.
Jericho, I'll shoot him. No, sir, shooting's too good for him. I'll think of something worse.
Now, we can't fault him too much, Cincinnati. We don't know what happened to him.
It's plain enough to me. If he's been held for ransom, we'd have heard by now.
I still don't think he ran off. And when this race is over, I aim to go looking for him.
Yeah, we might be going with you, but not for the same reason. I wonder how Mingo's making out.
What'd the chief say?
I spoke to him.
What'd he say?
He said he's waited long enough. It looks like it's up to you.
Can you run on that ankle?
Well, I don't know how far. But if they won't change your mind, I guess I've got no choice.
Those Creeks are anxious to collect their winnings and go home.
And now, we come to the big event of the day. I reckon you all know the rules since they ain't changed from last year. Now, this is a 10-mile run, starting here and ending here. The course is plainly marked all along the way, so you can't miss it. And there'll be judges placed every mile to see that nobody takes a shortcut. All right, so now if the runners will get ready, get on your mark. Get ready. Hold it, Jericho!
About 10 miles downriver, they kidnapped me.
Well, who did it?
That don't make no difference now. Let's get this race started.
Well, Jericho, I want you to know one thing. We didn't know whether you were kidnapped or whether you ran off. We couldn't find a ransom note.
That don't matter now.
Well, I just want you to know the town was ready to put up a ransom. We just didn't know what to do with it.
Even after the way I've been acting?
Well, I guess that's your business, son. I reckon we're all happy to just have you back. Why don't you go over to my house and take a little rest? You look pretty well tuckered out.
These people are all dependent on me, aren't they, Mr. Boone?
Well, I don't reckon anybody expects you to run after all you've been through.
That's not the point. I've been doing a lot of thinking since I saw you last, and tired or not, I've got to run so they don't keep thinking I'll let them down.
Well, I reckon that's up to you, Jericho.
I'm gonna do my best to win, too.
Well, I think maybe you will.
Daniel, can we get on with the race?
Good luck, boy.
I'm gonna need it.
All right. Get on your mark. Get ready. Mingo. Now, Mingo, since you ain't gonna run, me and the chief here has decided that you're gonna be judges. Seems that you're the only white man he can trust.
Suspicious, cuss, ain't he?
Can't understand it. Now, we're gonna station you down the creek there where the trail crosses to see that nobody gets drowned. And why don't you help Jericho along a little bit?
Now I know where the chief gets his ideas.
They just went behind the hill. The last I seen of them, they was running neck and neck.
You hear that? They're running even. Now, you want to double that bet?
Good.
Oh, no! Gosh darn snare!
sight yet?
Yep.
Well, don't just stand there. Tell me who's winning.
You ain't gonna like it, Cincinnatus. The Indian boy's got a good lead on him.
You like to double bet again?
Is he tiring, Danny?
He's fresh as a daisy.
And going strong. Mr. Boone, I've got some news for you. The only way I'm going to be able to beat that Indian boy is if he breaks his leg.
Here, you take it. It may be a long, hard winter.
Can you think of any reason we should stay here any longer, Daniel?
Nope. Can't think of any good reason for going back either. Unless it's to keep Cincinnatus from shooting himself.
Here they come!
Tell him, or am I?
Maybe it would be better to wait and let him see for himself.
Now, what in tarnation?
He fell and broke his leg.
Yes, sir. Taking it all in all, I'd say that's one of the finest races we've ever had.
Well, I'd say you came out real good, Cincinnatus. And if that Iroquois hadn't stepped in that badger hole, you'd be sleeping in the street.
People been coming by ever since, complimenting me on Jericho's sport and gesture, toting that engine home. And then insisting that we call the race a tie.
And why should they be complimenting you, Cincinnatus?
Well, I'm his employer and close associate. And I figure some of my sterling qualities are rubbed off on him. Yes, sir, I think that boy shows a lot of promise for next year. With the right guidance, of course. And, providing you ain't available to run, Daniel, that is.
Well, considering he didn't get any sleep that night, no breakfast, and he'd already run 10 miles before the race started, I'd agree with you. He shows a lot of promise.
Come on, you men, get to work. We haven't got all day. You know, the most important thing about running a business is knowing how to handle your help.
And I think you're wonderful at it.
You were saying, Cincinnatus?
I was saying, if we don't do something to stop that young man, he's gonna take over the whole shebang. Jericho!
Yes, sir!
Get back to work!
Yes, sir!
Well, it's real nice seeing things get back to normal.
Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big of his rawhide shoe. The rippenest, roaringest, fightingest man the frontier ever knew. Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man, with an eye like an eagle and as tall as a mountain was he. Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man. What a boon, what a doer, what a dream come a truer was he.
Boone.
Mr. Boone. You are Mr. Boone, I presume?
Right.
You're about what I expected. I am Colonel Marcus Worthing.
Where are they?
The people of Boonesboro, your family.
I said, where are they?
You rebellious provincials must be taught proper respect for the crown.
People of Boonesboro haven't rebelled against anybody.
There have been widespread rumors of a planned revolt against His Majesty. A courier has been sent to the British garrison at Norfolk to inform General Hastings that this fort has been evacuated. The general has promised to send a full regiment to occupy it. A regiment under my command.
Sounds to me like you're planning on starting a war.
If it should become necessary, Mr. Boone, British ships have been sent to blockade the eastern seaboard. With a stronghold here, the rebellious colonists in between will be contained.
The women and children. Why did you take them?
Can you think of a better way to ensure peaceful cooperation?
Appears you didn't overlook a thing.
There is one small item of unfinished business, but we have a long journey ahead of us. We can discuss it as we proceed. Come along.
Daniel Boone. From his coonskin cap on the top of old Dan to the heel of his rawhide shoe, the rippin'est, roarin'est, fightin'est man the frontier ever knew. Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man, and he fought for America to make all Americans free. What a boon, what a doer, what a dream come truer was he.
The colonel's coming.
Unfinished business you spoke of. Could it be why you waited for me at the fort?
You're a very astute man, Mr. Boone. That is precisely the reason. I understand the land on which Fort Boonesborough stands is held in legal title by you. I want you to transfer that title to me, Mr. Boone.
To you personally? In your name?
Yes, Mr. Boone.
Doesn't sound like it's the king's business to me.
Oh, I assure you that this transaction is in His Majesty's interests.
In what way?
That is none of your concern, Mr. Boone. All I require from you is your signature on a deed.
And if you don't get it?
I'll hang you as the leader of a rebellion on this frontier.
I don't think you'll do that, Colonel.
Really? Why not?
Because you won't get what you're after.
And I recommend that you consider the welfare of your wife and family, Mr. Boone. You have plenty of time to think about it.
We are ready to go, sir.
Ah, I see that we're about ready to proceed. I trust you like traveling by canoe. Start the portage here.
Secure those paddles.
Come, Mr. Boone. We have a little walking to do.
After you, Colonel. Chickasaw country. Mind telling me just where it is we're going?
I see no reason why I shouldn't. The savages have a rather quaint name for it. They call it the River of the Moon.
Those savages are a mite touchy about white men trespassing their land. What kind of pact did you make with them?
Well, the pact is still pending. White scalps are selling for a premium at Fort Detroit.
Colonel, someday I might just take your scalp. For free.
I think not, Mr. Boone. However, I do think that you will accommodate me and sign that deed. Lieutenant, we'll camp here for the night. Move the canoes to the other side of the rapids so we can start again at dawn.
Yes, sir. Corporal! Now the other canoe.
Beautiful country, don't you think so, Mr. Boone? A wilderness empire, owned and ruled by a few tribes of primitive savages. To think what a man of ambition could achieve here staggers the imagination.
Those savages, as you call them, might not be as primitive as you think. One thing they know are the boundaries to their lands set up by treaty.
A treaty made with heathens is hardly one that need be honored. Unless, of course, for a particular purpose.
You're going to double-cross the Indians as well.
Of course. Rather an audacious undertaking, don't you think?
Colonel, a while back I told you I was going to scalp you. And if you start playing games with the Chickasaws too, I might just have to stand in line. I guess you and your men can feel quite proud of yourselves, Lieutenant. Stealing a whole community the size of Boonesboro and all the lands of the Chickasaws thrown in. That's no mean accomplishment.
I can understand you're feeling bitter, Mr. Boone, but I'd hardly call it theft.
No, I don't suppose you would. Tell me, Lieutenant, how much are you getting out of this?
I resent that, sir.
I know how you feel, Lieutenant, but if he's not going 50-50 with you, I'd set up quite a yell.
I refuse to listen to this kind of talk.
You can do that too, but that don't change things any. The Colonel's not doing this all by himself, you know.
I am not in the habit of questioning the orders of my superior officer.
Now, if I were you, that's a habit I'd break. Suppose His Majesty finds out he's being made party to a theft.
Don't press me too far, Mr. Boone. I could have you shot for what you've said already.
Colonel won't allow it. Haven't signed his paper yet.
You'll sign them.
I admit I haven't got much choice, but that's not what I'm aiming at.
Then aim it, Mr. Boone.
Lieutenant, he's already double-crossed the king. The Chickasaws are next. What makes you think he won't double-cross you when the time comes?
Yes, Lieutenant, what is it?
Your tea, sir.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
I've just had a talk with Boone.
So?
I think he's dangerous. He has a good idea of what you're planning.
He not only has a good idea, he knows perfectly well what I'm planning, Lieutenant. I went to the trouble of explaining it to him myself. Not in great detail, of course, but the general picture was quite clear.
You told him?
Yes. It was perfectly obvious even to his backwoods mind. I thought it was better to put his curiosity at rest.
Do you think that was wise?
As I explained to you at the outset, Lieutenant, I planned the Indian takeover carefully so that it may be done outwardly and with official sanction. As for Boonesboro, there'll be a proper bill of sale over Boone's signature. The papers are all prepared.
Well, what about the settlers? They have a tremendous loyalty toward him.
Loyalty is an impermanent thing, Lieutenant. It is quite easily destroyed by doubt. How much loyalty do you think they'll have if he should refuse to sign? I should think it's more likely that they would hang him rather than take his side.
You do intend to set them free, as you promised.
Why do you ask that, Lieutenant?
I'd like your word on it, sir. I want no settler's blood on my hands.
Nor do I, Lieutenant. You have my word.
Thank you, sir.
Detail on the double!
Well, Mr. Boone, perhaps you recognize this place.
Hasham's Point. Used to be quite a stockade up through those trees.
There still is, or what's left of it. Carry on. You see something of interest, Mr. Boone?
There was a massacre up there 5 or 6 years back. It's like you're planning another.
Oh, you mean the cannon? A mere precaution. You know how untrustworthy the Chickasaws are.
Given a choice between them or you, I trust the Indians.
Sign here, Mr. Boone, and your family will be returned to you safe and sound.
What about the rest of the folks from Boonesboro?
I could say I'll release them, but I'm afraid I have to be honest with you. They must remain here a while longer.
As a matter of fact, Colonel, I'm not even sure my own family's here.
Well, perhaps a short reunion might be in order. We have plenty of time. Come with me. We'll wait for you here.
Daniel! Daniel's here!
Cincinnati?
It's Pop!
Mrs. Boone is a lovely woman, Lieutenant. A lovely woman.
Oh, I knew you'd come, Pa. I just knew it. You gonna get us out of it, Pa?
Gonna try, boy.
The soldiers came just as we were sitting down to supper.
They come marching up to the fort all peaceful-like, claiming they was out of supplies. So we let them in.
And we found ourselves looking down the barrels of their muskets.
I know the feeling. I've been looking down the barrels of at least a dozen muskets up there. There's a lot of good reasons for doing what the colonel wants.
Dan, I prayed you wouldn't come back home until they'd left. Now you're their prisoner, too. What's going to become of us?
Nothing. At least until I go back up there and make that deal.
What kind of a deal, Boone? If you're making a deal, we got a right to know about it.
Yeah.
I said, what kind of deal are you making?
I'm making a deal with the colonel. The deed to Fort Boonesboro for the safety of my family.
What about the rest of us?
Make your own deal. I made mine.
Daniel, ain't a one of us got holdings large enough to bargain with.
Well, that's your hard luck. You got yourself into this, get yourself out.
Daniel.
You're just walking out on the rest of us?
Take it any way you like, but I'm not teaming up with the kind of men that get themselves taken by a handful of British soldiers. You're nothing but a bunch of yellow cowards.
You're not living long enough to sell me out! Sentry! Guards! On the double!
The prisoners!
Well, what's happening? We just have to have faith that your father...
Long men! On the double! Stop that fight! Stop this fight! Come on! Here he is! Order here! Order! Release this man!
Lieutenant, post extra guards around the stockade until their tempers have cooled off. I'll have no more outbreaks of this kind. Mr. Boone, you will come with us.
I'll be glad to, Colonel.
Corporal, take 2 of your men and come with us.
Dan.
You wouldn't by any chance have been trying to engineer an escape, would you, Mr. Boone?
Not with all those cannons looking down my throat.
Then would you kindly explain to me what caused the trouble?
They seem to think I'd sold them out because I said I'd sign the deed. You find that amusing, Colonel?
It bears out a theory I've always held concerning loyalty.
Well, it changes mine.
Well, I'm glad you decided to see things my way.
The sooner I sign those papers, the sooner I'll get my family out of here.
Mind you, the others must remain here.
We both know you have to keep them here as bait for Chickasaws, don't we, Colonel?
I gather you're no longer interested in their welfare.
After what just happened? I figure it's every man for himself.
A wise decision.
Don't let him get away!
No trace of him, Lieutenant?
No, sir. I'm inclined to think he's dead.
There's no use searching further tonight, men. Lieutenant, double the guard around the camp.
Yes, sir.
Big Turtle is a fool.
Whitefeather, fighting you is getting to be a habit.
You will come to my father's camp.
Funny. I'm just going to ask you to take me there. Now let's go to your father's camp before we wear each other out. All right?
Did you post the extra sentries as I instructed?
Yes, sir. They're well concealed at some distance from the stockade. If Boone comes back, he'll not escape again.
He'll come back. If he's still alive.
Colonel.
Yes?
Isn't it possible he might have gone to the Indians for help?
The Cherokees are his only hope. And they're too far away. He daren't go to the Chickasaws. They have a price on his head. As a matter of fact, that's one of the reasons why they were willing to bargain with us.
He's not the sort of man who would abandon his family.
That's what I'm depending on, Lieutenant.
So he must have had some plan in mind before he ran away.
Yes, you may be right. In which case, his wife would know. Bring Mrs. Boone to me here.
Yes, sir.
Israel, don't you think it's about time you was turning in?
Reckon so. Mr. Cincinnatus, when do you think Paul will be back?
I don't know, Israel. Most folks around here don't think your pa's coming back.
That ain't so. He told me he'd be back, and he ain't never told a lie.
I know. Sometimes folks just ain't got enough faith.
Where's Mrs. Boone?
She ain't here.
Israel, where are you going?
What do you want?
Mrs. Boone,
Yes?
Colonel Worthing would like to speak with you.
She's not coming.
He'd like to speak with you now, Mrs. Boone.
Israel, now you take care of your sister just like your pa would.
Don't worry, Becky.
All right, Lieutenant.
After you, Mrs. Boone. Colonel Worthing?
Yes, Lieutenant?
Mrs. Boone is here, sir.
Ah, Mrs. Boone. Won't you come in? Thank you for coming, Mrs. Boone. Won't you sit down?
I prefer to stand.
As you wish.
What do you want, Colonel?
I merely want to find out where your husband is, Mrs. Boone.
I don't know.
Then you agree with me that he has abandoned you, too.
That's not what I said.
I admire loyalty. Although in many cases it's misguided. Take your case, for example. A short while ago, I offered to release you and the children in exchange for your husband's signature. He refused.
Dan refused to sign. He had his reasons.
Selfish ones, perhaps. Though not sufficient to justify the sacrifice of a beautiful woman like you. I should hate to have to hand you and the children over to the Indians. Surely, there must be some alternative. Can't you think of one? Some wine?
Good night, Colonel.
Quite a gathering.
What is between us must be settled before the eyes of my brothers. You took my honor. For a Chickasaw warrior to live without honor is not to live. Or has Big Turtle forgotten?
Well, now, that was a couple of years back. You were just a young buck feeling your oats when you chose me.
When you had your knife at my throat, you should have used it.
Big Turtle is the enemy of my people. Because of you, my son wears the chaplet of a squaw. There is but one way he can regain his honor. You will fight again, this time to the death.
Antawa, I have a piece to speak. And you know as well as I do, a man don't go sticking his head in a hornet's nest unless he's got a mighty good reason. Now, I don't want to fight your son again. Because if I fight him again, this time I'm going to have to kill him. And you're going to kill me. And in the morning, right after sunrise, the British are going to come and kill you and all of your people.
How can this be? The Chickasaws and the Redcoats are friends.
Well, if you'll just listen, I'll be happy to explain it to you. Now, I know about your bargain with the Redcoats. But I also know the Redcoat Colonel speaks with a forked tongue. And he will not deliver my people to you as he promised. Instead, he aims to kill you and all of your people.
We are not afraid of the Redcoats.
If it were a fair fight, I'd agree with you. But it isn't. He's laid a trap for you using my people as bait.
How could you know this?
I was a prisoner in his camp. I escaped and came to you.
What is this trap you speak of?
Here's the British camp. Here's the stockade where the prisoners are. And here's the old fort. You know these places?
I know them.
In the old fort are many rifle and cannon. When you go into the stockade to claim your captives, the colonel intends to kill you all.
What do you want of the Chickasaw?
Let Whitefeather come with me to see that I speak the truth. Together we will silence the cannon and save many lives, Indian and white alike. And he will walk as a man again.
Do you trust this man, my son? Let it be so. Do you need my warriors?
No. We'll go alone.
I'm ready.
Come for your captives at sunrise and you'll see the Red Colonel's treachery.
We will be there.
Moon's going under.
One I don't get.
Oh, Cincinnati. Shh, not so loud. Daniel's back.
Where is he?
He's out there somewhere.
Did you see him?
Oh, I heard him. Bird calls. Anybody but a dang fool British soldier would know that no self-respecting bird would be awake at this hour.
What do you suppose he's up to?
I don't know, but there's somebody with him. I heard 2 birds a-chirping.
Where would he find anyone way out here?
Thought there's nobody here but them Chickasaws.
Mom, what's wrong?
Nothing, darling. Everything's all right. Go back to sleep. You too, Israel.
No idea what he wants, but I figured you might like to know, so to put your mind at rest.
Thank you, Cincinnati.
Well, what do you want?
Why aren't you asleep with the rest of them?
Any law against a man visiting his friends?
Get back where you belong.
Oh, put that thing away. I'll go on my own.
What is it? Indian canoes, sir.
Tell Lieutenant Morris to report to me at once.
Yes, sir. You wish to see me, sir?
Lieutenant, dismiss the guards. Have them report to me at once. Turn the captains over to the Chickasaws.
You gave your word they'd have their freedom.
Only if Boone kept his word. Turn them over to the Indians.
Yes, sir.
Corporal, fly the jack.
Yes, sir.
Compliments of the Colonel. The prisoners are this way.
Reckon now you know I was telling you the truth.
I would not have come had I not believed you.
White Feather, the fight we had a couple of years back, I didn't mean to bring you dishonor.
I made the fight. I made my boast I would kill Big Turtle. I only wished to look big in the eyes of my father.
You sure made yourself big tonight. At Chapelette, I got an idea that's coming off.
My father placed it there. Only my father can take it off.
Let's go up and see how the Colonel's gonna act when he finds out we spiked his cannon.
Prisoners! Attention! Attention!
Man the cannons.
And freeze! Dismissed!
Here are the captives we promised. I leave them to you.
Where is Big Turtle? You said he would be here.
He escaped from us. He can't be very far away.
You just bet your boots he can't.
Fire! Spread out! Everybody get under cover! Stay where you are! No harm will come to you! Fire! The cannons are spiked, sir! I said fire, you fools! Fire!
We're all through. You're wasting your time, Colonel.
I will not be intimidated by you nor this heathen.
I speak for my father, Chief of the Chickasaw. You will go from this land before the sun rises again, or you and all your redcoat soldiers will die here. I have spoken for my father.
If I were you, I'd put that down and do as he says.
Do you really expect me to run, Mr. Boone?
The way I see it, running beats dying.
Colonel Worthing, you are under arrest. May I have your sword? May I present this to you with His Majesty's regrets, Mr. Boone?
Well, I figured it was the man, not the uniform, Lieutenant.
After this day, I will no more fight against you. There will be peace. It is good.
Just one more thing, Ottawa. A while back, I gave Whitefeather his life. Today, he gave me back mine. I figure that's fair enough.
We have many canoes. We will see that your people get home safely.
Strike the jack! Forward! Ha! Forward! Huh!
Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man, with an eye like an eagle and as tall as a mountain was he. Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man. He was brave, he was fearless, and as tough as a mighty oak tree. From the coonskin cap on the top of old Dan to the heel of his rawhide shoe, the rippenest, roaringest, fightingest man the frontier ever knew. Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man, with an eye like an eagle and as tall as a mountain was he. big